in, I would love to get a good sense of how we are doing. Please respond in the chat if you are here with us. You can give a thumbs up, you can give reactions so I can know you are all energized to be here. All right, great. So moving on, today's session is going to be practical and hands-on. By the end of the training, you'll be able to install and navigate SQL Server Management Studio, understand how database and tables are structured, write SQL queries to retrieve and analyze data, work with joins, and explore relationship between tables. So we'll be using the AdventureWorks demo database to learn, which means that we'll work with realistic business data and not just theory. So I will encourage you to follow along if you can, but don't worry. I will try as much as possible to move at a pace everyone can keep up with. And of course, feel free to post your questions in the chat at any time. We will also have specific points where we'll pause and review. All right, so before we begin, I would love to have a feel of everyone's background. Have you written SQL script before, or you have little and you want to get better? Let's see that in the chat. Just say A. You can type A if you have never used SQL before, and B, you know little and you want to get better. I'd like to see our comments. You say A if you have never used SQL before, and B, you know little and you want to get better. Okay. If you have never written SQL before, I'm sure by the end of this session, you'll be able to see otherwise. And if you know little and you want to get better, of course, you are in the right place. You'll be able to do much more better than you have always do. So before we dive in, I would like to share this quickly. When I first started working with data, I was overwhelmed, to be sincere, but by how much it was to learn, it was quite a lot because when I started, it was like real life already, and whatever data I'm turning out is what will be used to drive business decisions. So, but then SQL was the tool that actually made everything click for me. Once I understood how to ask the database questions, I realized I could solve real business problems and not just look at raw numbers. So my goal today is not just to show the syntax of how to write SQL, but to help you develop the confidence to explore your data on your own. So I'll be sharing my screen now. Please confirm as soon as you can see my screen. I'm sharing my screen now. Please confirm you can see my screen. All right, great. Thanks for the feedback. So we are looking at SQL fundamentals today, learning how to query and analyze data. So this is a foundational training for data analysts, data scientists, and data engineers diving into structured querying and relational databases. So our agenda for today, we'll be looking at an introduction and overview of SQL itself. We'll be looking at understanding SQL and databases. Then we set up the SSMS, which is the SQL Server Management Studio, database architecture. So what do we look at in a database? And then we'll look at the Adventure Workshop setup. That is the file that has been shared with us. So we'll restore that database and get our hands dirty with it. So we write basic SQL queries. Then we look at joins and relationship between tables on SQL. Then we get hands-on practice. We take questions and answer, and then I'll give some pro tips on how you can further your SQL journey. So looking at the foundation of SQL and relational databases, SQL is simply structured query language, and in some part of the world they call it SQL. It is the standard language for managing data held in a relational database Management Studio, which is popularly called RDBMS. It is essential for any developer working with data, of course. So RDBMS, there are different forms of RDBMS, and we'll be looking at that shortly. And the key functions of SQL is it allows you to create, read, update, and delete data, manage database structure, and control user access. So on the control level, we will not deep dive into that today because that's more for the data engineers and database administrators. But of course, we need to understand that that is what SQL is capable of doing. So for those of us that has written SQL before, of course, would have written it on one management tool or the other. And these are the popular SQL management tools that we have. We have Microsoft SQL Server, we have MySQL, we have PostgreSQL, we have Oracle Database, and we have SQLite. There are more, but these are the most popular ones in the world. And today we'll be focusing on Microsoft SQL Server. It is an enterprise level relational database primarily for Windows, managed with SQL Server Management Studio, which is the SSMS, which we are going to install later today. It is robust for large scale application and data warehousing. So we'll look at the SQL basic, which is the DDL and DML. The DDL is simply data definition language, which is used to like put data in place, and data manipulation language is the SQL part that is used to retrieve data. So let's look at DDL. It's used to define, modify, and delete the structure of database objects. When we talk about database objects, we are simply talking about our schemas, our tables, views, and what have you. Then the keywords that we use in the DDL are create. You can create a database, you can create a table, you can create views, indexes, stored procedures, and the likes. Then alter. Whatever you create, you can alter in SQL. So that is it. Whatever, if you have created a table, you can alter the table. If you have created a view, you can alter the view. If you have created a procedure, you can alter the procedure. Then we have the drop, which is to permanently delete entire database objects, including all their data. And we have the truncate. Truncate is used to like let's say you have a bag and whatever you have in the bag, you pour it out. So that's truncate. But the bag still remains with you. You are not throwing away the bag, but whatever is inside the bag, it has been poured out. So that's truncate. But drop is you like, just like this says, drop. You have dropped the bag and you no longer have the bag. So I'm looking at data manipulation language. These are commands that are used to manipulate data within an existing database object. They enable users to query, insert, update, and delete. So select is used to retrieve one or more tables in specified unspecified criteria. So select is basically you selecting what you want to see on particular tables in your database. Insert is used to insert rows of data into a table, and update is used to modify existing data within one or more record in the table. So we'll be looking more into all of these as we get our hands dirty. Then delete, which is used to remove specific records from a table. So I'm getting a feedback that I'm too fast, so I'll try and slow down a bit. So now we are going to be installing the SQL Management Studio. Actually, this should not take us more than 20 minutes so that we can make good use of our time. So we are to locate how to download the SQL Management Studio. But before we do that, we need to install the server itself. And then ideally we are supposed to use the latest version, but because of system compatibility, everybody's system might not be able to might not be compatible with the latest version. So we are going to be using a stable version, which I think will work on everyone's PC. So you can just go to your browser and type download SQL Server 2019 Express Edition. So you click on this first link. It's a Microsoft link. It's from the official page. So when you get here, Okay, what I can do is I can share this link with everyone so that you can just get here on one click. I sent it into the chat. Okay, I can see feedback. You are using Postgre. If you are using Postgre, the restoring of the database process is different from SQL Server. So you might need to use the SQL Server so that we can all move at the same pace. So once you are here, you just click on download, and then the installer will be downloaded. So once the download is complete, you open the file. So you are going to create a prompt that do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device. You click on yes. So please, I want to confirm everyone is on this page now. Please, I want your feedback in the chat so I can know we are all moving at the same pace. Okay, Uyemi, thank you for your feedback. I
Okay.
want to.
Hi, Ma.
Hi, Esther.
Hey. Yeah, so I wanted to tell everyone that I've sent the link to download the SQL Server to the comments. So we are to make it clear for everyone, we are downloading two things. We're going to be downloading the server and we're going to be downloading the database. I sent the database link to the WhatsApp channel, while the one we are currently downloading is the SQL Server. I've sent it to the comments right now. I will also send it to the WhatsApp channel for anyone that wants to access it there to access it. But right now we are downloading the SQL Server. So if you have not downloaded sorry, if you haven't downloaded it yet, please download it. If you have the server already, MySQL, if you have it already, there is no need of downloading it again because we're going to use the same thing. But for those that don't have it, please do well to download it. And for other people that have a different server, please let's download this MySQL so that we would flow along with him. It will be easy, very easy for you to flow with him. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Please, if you have questions, ask them in the comments. I will draw his attention to them, to the questions. Yes, this session is being recorded, so you don't have to worry. It will also be, yeah, it is, yes, you can easily go back to it, and I advise every one of you to stay on the call to watch and to listen so that if you have any questions, it will be very easy for us to answer it right now. Because if you are watching the recorded session, it will not be there to answer you. I may not be there to answer the questions, right? So it will be very good for you to stay on the call, watch it. When you have questions, ask them in the comments and then I will respond to you. So thank you so much. Yeah, come on, please, you can go on.
All right, thank you, Esther. I've gotten feedback that we're on the same page. So once you are here, you click on basic. Once you click on basic, you see the Microsoft SQL Server license terms. Just accept. Then upon accepting, you click on install, and the downloading is going to take place. So once the download is completed, it's going to install by itself. Please, I want to believe you're all installing now. Our download must have been completed. Please, if you need any assistance, please let us know so that we can assist you before we move further. Yeah, someone is asking if you can use Postgres. Yes, you can, but you might not. If you know how to restore the database, you can go ahead and restore it because I will not be able to guide you right now because I'm not using Postgres for the sake of others. So, if you have any other SQL management tool and you are able to do the restore, so you can do that and you flow with us. But if you can't, it's best you download the SQL server and then we can all move together. So installation is almost done. While you are installing, please you can share the percentage of your installation progress in the chat. Mine is about 95% done now, so I can see how everyone is moving.
Once again, please confirm you can hear me. So while we are waiting for it to finish installing, I can see that Cooking with Tracy is yet to download, if I'm correct, because she's saying, will you help us on how to download and install, which means the person is a bit lost. So if you can go through it again while this is still downloading, of course. So just go back, okay, go to your browser, click on these or search for these and that. Do you understand? So if you
Okay.
can help us to do it, go over it again while this is being downloaded. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. For those
Yeah,
that
so
are behind,
easy. Yeah,
just
thank
search
you.
download SQL Server 2019 Express Edition, and then you click on this first link, this Microsoft link here, And if you're unable to do that, the direct link has also been shared on the comments. You can just use the link and then it's going to bring you to this page. It's quite straightforward. Then you just click on download here. So once you click on download here, you'll see somewhere here that is downloading. And once that download is completed, you open the file and then you are going to get the prompt for the installation. And once you accept, you will be here. So you are going to get three options: basic, custom, and one other option. Then you click on basic, and then it starts downloading. Then upon completion of download, it's going to begin install by itself. So I'm almost done now. Someone is saying mine is throwing an error. What error are you getting? Can you share the error? Okay, yeah, so my installation has completed successfully. So if your installation has completed successfully, please share in the comments. Great, Obina, your installation is completed. Please, once your installation is complete, kindly share in the comments. And if it's not completed, yes, you can give us an idea how many percent installation is done. Okay, there's an error while checking rules. Are you sure you have clicked on basic for the installation type? If not, please go back and do that. And if you're still getting the same error, then I'm guessing probably you don't have admin rights on the PC you're using. Please, you are doing basic installation, basic, not custom. Okay, a few more minutes. I think a couple of us have completed our installation. So let's get one or two more people, then we move on to the next step. Jennifer, you have SQL Server, but you think yours is 2022 edition. That's fine. It's going to work. It will work fine. So I think we can proceed now. We've had about five or more people that have completed their installation. So ideally, you are supposed to install SSMS, but because of compatibility, I when you click on install SSMS, it's going to take you to the Microsoft website, but then it's going to point you to download the latest version. And That might not be compatible for everybody's computer. So what we are going to do now is we are going to go to sqlserverversions.com so we can get different versions of SQL servers to download. So you're going to search download SSMS 2019, then you click on. So I'm going to share this link now so that everyone can just get there on one click. So the reason why we are doing this is for compatibility so that every one of us can be able to use this version of SF Compute SMS 2019. Then you scroll down a bit and you're going to see this link from SQL Server versions. Then you click on it, it's going to bring you here. Esther, kindly share the link to the SQL Server versions with everyone in the comments. I've sent you a new link in the private chat. Okay, for those of us that are lost, we have completed installing the SQL Server 2019, and this is a kind of older version. So that is why we want to install the SSMS, which is SQL Server Management Studio, that is compatible with this server that we have installed. So this server we have installed is just like a dependence that we have installed. So now we need to install the studio that we are going to be working with. So like I said, go to your search, and search download SSMS 2019. Scroll down a bit and you will find SQL Server Management Studio versions. Click here and it's going to take you to this page. And the direct link to this page has been shared in the comments. So if you are here, kindly signify in the chat that you are here. Then we are going to download this, which is the most recent version of 2019 SSMS. Thank you, Guyamin, for your feedback. So I want people to confirm that they are here. So once you are here, what you do is just to click on this version 19.3, click here, and it's going to commence download. So it's going to bring you here, and then you click download SSMS 19.3. So you click on download SSMS 19.3, then you see that it's downloading here. Yes, 19.3. So once you click on that here, it's going to take you to this page, and then you click download SSMS 19.3 here, and it's going to begin download. Please, I want us to confirm you are not downloading SSMS setup. Please do that in the comments.
Okay,
Thank you for
hi
your
for
feedback,
now.
Jules.
Okay.
Ogunyemi, I see your feedback. Thank you. Please, I want to believe everyone is on this page. Please, if you are left behind, you can still meet up with us now. I can go back and bring you up to speed before we move too far. Please, if you are not on the same page with everyone, you can signify so that I can quickly go back and bring you up to speed. Because once we complete the installation, we might not be able to go back to bring you back up to speed.
Exactly. So please, if you haven't started installing or downloading it yet, let us know because you know this is SQL. A lot of people have reached out to me and told me that when they started learning SQL, it was big, it was this, it was that. So, and that's why I decided to invite this facilitator to help us, right? So he's taking it one step at a time so that we won't miss any step out. If you are not here yet, let's go back to it. Don't worry, we're going to be going for break. After downloading the other parts, the database together, I'm going to be giving us like 10 minutes break so that anyone that is not yet, so before we even start writing our first SQL query, I would like us to go for a 10 or to 15 minutes break so that anyone that needs to download the SQL Server or the database will have downloaded it before we come back after the break. I'm going to be sending the link. For those that are not on the WhatsApp channel, please join. I don't want to keep sending and sending. I will do that. I'm here for you, right? I will keep doing that. But I would also advise that you join the WhatsApp channel so that you would see the link. I sent the links. I sent the links few minutes ago, which means you would see the two links. I sent for the SQL Server and I also sent for the database. So it is there. So please let's go to the WhatsApp channel and check it out. If you are lost, hopefully
Okay,
Kamal can go back
Babajide,
to you. Yeah.
yes, so
Yeah.
I'll go back to the very start again. So what we are doing is first off, we need to install the SQL Server, and we are using the 2019 Express Edition. So you just type this in in your search. So you can also do this on Google search, but I'm using Bing because I'm already a Microsoft fan. I use Microsoft like day in day out, so I'm used to the Microsoft stack. So you just search download SQL Server 2019 Express Edition. You scroll down, Then you see this first link by Microsoft. Once you click on it, it's going to bring you to a new page, and this is what the page looks like. And it's straightforward. You just click on download. Once your download is complete, you are going to open the installation package. Once you open it, it's going to give you a prompt that you want to make changes to your computer. Then you click on yes. Then you are going to see three options: basic, custom, and one other option I can't remember. But then you have to select basic. Once you select basic, your installation is going to download first. You'll see downloading. Then after downloading, it's going to commence installation by itself. Once the installation has been completed successfully, then you're going to see this page. So once you see this page, what you're going to do is go back to your browser, and then you search download SSMS 2019. You scroll down a bit, you are going to see this link, SQL Server Management Studio versions. You click on it, and it's going to bring you to this page. When you get to this page, you are downloading the latest version of SSMS 19, which is 19.3. Once you click on this link, it's going to bring you here to this page. So it's going to take you to the top. Then what you do, you just scroll down. It's going to show all the versions, and then you come down to 19. But I believe once you click on that link, it should bring you down here. So you just click on download SSMS 19.3. So once you click on this, you are going to see that the download is in progress. So I think my network is a bit slow. Some of us might have completed the download. Please, if you have completed the download, please let us know in the comments that your download is complete. So I've taken that all over again. If you are here, let me know. And if you still want me to go back again, kindly let me know. Now is the time. I can go back as many times as possible. But once we are done with this installation process, might not be able to go back because we'll not be able to drag everybody back again. Okay, SQL. Somebody is asking in the chat, what is the difference between the SQL Server and the SQL Studio? So the SQL Server is the dependency that powers the Studio. So the SQL Server has a lot of packages that once installed, you would only be able to find it in your programs. You would not see some of them even in your applications. But then it is what powers the Studio. So you need to, if you install the Studio without the server, you will not be able to use that Studio. So that is why we need to install the server. There are different versions of servers. So we are using the 19 for compatibility sake so that everybody can be able to get this hands-on experience. So because you have installed the server 19, that is why we are installing this Studio 19 as well. So if there is any other question, you can ask me. I'm here to answer. So my download is like 30% now. So if your download is completed, please let us know or you tell us the progress of your download. Your SSMS download has completed, but it said if your download has completed, then it means you have gone ahead to install before you can get this prompt. However, you can skip restart. It does not require you to restart before you can use it. Will SSMS 21 work with Server 19? Yes, it should, but just that some functions that you're supposed to do on 21 might not be able to do it because you are still using the Server 19. So the server is usually updated alongside the studio. Great, 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 great. SSMS downloaded. Yes, someone is asking, what about PostgreSQL? Is it different from this? Yes, it is. I made mention earlier in my presentation that there are different kind of management studio or two, so to say. So SQL Server is one. We have Oracle database. We have MySQL. We have Postgre. We have SQLite. And this SQLite is even SQL Pro. That is paid. So SQLite is what you can use for free, while SQL Pro is the paid version. So the difference is that it's software by different developers. Basically, they all still do the same thing. And SQL is just like English. The way they write the US version of English is similar to the way they write the UK, but you know that there are some spellings that are quite different. So it's just the same. The way you write your SQL on SSMS is the same you write it on MySQL, but the difference is the syntax. So what that means is that a little bit of difference, but then if you understand SQL, you would understand what you're doing on the two. So their syntax are almost the same and just minor differences that is not difficult for anybody to understand. So like Postgre now, if you are using Postgre and you want to limit your result, you use limit for that. You add a limit clause. But on SSMS, when you want to limit your results, you use a top for the number. Let's say you want to see 10 records, you do a top 10, select top 10, whatever you want to select. But on Postgre, you're going to do, you select whatever you want to select after your where and all of your courses, then you add a limit 10. On Oracle database, the difference is when you want to limit, you either do a select limit or you do a select where and every of your other clauses, then you do where row number equals to 10. So that's just the difference, but still select from and all of your clauses that you want to add to your SQL. So when we are getting as 30, you would understand what I mean by the SQL syntax. Okay, okay. So please, if you are still downloading, you can share your progress before I continue because I want to assume every one of us has completed the download. I have downloaded already, but it's just because I'm showing us that is why I am here. So I can actually pause this and use the version I already downloaded. But I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page so we don't take too much time on this. So, Godwin, I hope you get the gist of the difference between PostgreSQL and Microsoft SQL Server. So, even Google have their own SQL platform. It's called BigQuery. So, that is where they write SQL. Still the same syntax and a little bit of difference. Okay, so there is no feedback on progress. So, I want to assume everyone has downloaded. So, I'm going to pause this and use the version I have downloaded already. So here it is. So what you're going to do now is open the file you have downloaded. So once you open the file you have downloaded, you are going to get this. Okay, there's a question in the chat. If you download a new version, will it overwrite an existing older version or it will install it separately? Yes. One good thing about SSMS is that you can have as many versions as you want. So if you want to install a newer version, it's going to install separately. It's going to install separately. So you can use both without any issues. All right, great. Ogunyemi, you have been following, so you said you have 100 MB left, so I would wait for you because I can see you have been giving a lot of feedback. So once you are completed, we would proceed to the next step. Okay, okay. Someone is asking in the chat, please can I know why we are using MySQL over Postgres? Okay, first off, we are not using MySQL, we are using Microsoft SQL Server. He said, because in my school we'll be using Postgres. Well, if you'll be using Postgres in your school, it doesn't stop you from using SQL Server. And of course, like I said, it's still the same way you write SQL in any of the studio. It's just a little bit of syntax differences. So once you get the basic, you would be able to proceed with any other thing. So if it's not a problem for you, you can download this and follow through. Once you get what we have done here today, it will be of advantage for you. You can go and replicate the same thing on Postgres, so you can help master. Because yeah, of course, when I started writing SQL, I started on Postgres as well. But today, because Microsoft Stack is what I use at my workplace, and I'm kind of comfortable with it already, and it works well for me and almost everyone that I know. So it's easy for the installation is easy and straightforward. So that is why we have chosen to use Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, Imran, the I can see your question. The database we are using is a very popular one, so you can just do a quick search how to restore AdventureWorks database 2019. So while others are installing, so once you get that, you can be able to do a restore on your Postgre and then you'll be able to follow us. So it's not a limitation at all. You can still move with us if you have that. Oh, Juice is saying I'm being asked to restart my system to complete my setup. You can skip for now if you have that option. It's still going to work because I've installed it a couple of times without having to restart. Okay, Ogunyemi, I'm waiting for you. I want to believe you have completed your download now so we can proceed. So once you open your download of the SSMS setup, this is what you're going to get, and you just
Time.
click on. Esther, are you saying something? So this location, yeah, this is the default location, but for you to understand your directory, you might want to change this, but I don't think you really need to change it. So this is the default. So it's just for you to click on install. Okay, Kunle Ala, I see your feedback. Your download is complete. It's now asking you to install the studio. So the studio is, I want to believe you have gotten the step how to get the studio. So once you download the studio, this is the next step I have right on the screen. Upon completion of download, when you open the downloaded SSMS setup, you're going to get this. And then, okay, Uyemi, I see your feedback done. So what you just do is click on install, and then you're going to get a prompt. Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Then you click on yes. I am seeing a blank sheet after downloading, asking for the right app to open it. I'm not sure you have downloaded it. Probably you downloaded a link. That is why it's showing you that it's not supposed to. Please confirm, and the size to give you an idea. The size is about 600 MB. If you have something lesser than that, then it means you have not downloaded the right app. So I want to believe everyone is installing now. Please send your feedback that you're already installing.
Okay. So if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask them in the comments so that we can start the other installation, I believe, for the other parts. So cooking with Tracy, have you been able to download it? I know you were having difficulty earlier on. Please confirm you've been able to download it now. I don't think we would, because of time. I guess for those that have not been able to do that, they would check it again. I believe it's only a few of them that.
Okay, yes. If yours is showing my run or
Okay,
don't run, please click on run. That's a smart
okay,
screen feedback. So just click on run, then it's going to
okay,
install.
okay.
Godwin James. Okay, what you're going to do now is go back to your browser, then search download SSMS 2019. Once you do that, scroll down here, click on SQL Server Management Studio versions. Once you click on this, it's going to take you to this page. When you get to this page, you look for version 19.3. It's going to take you to this page and you see download SSMS 19.3 and you click on this and you're going to get the downloading progress here. So once that is completed, you will be here. Then you just click on install. Okay, Obina, thank you for your feedback. Your setup is completed. Yes, you select basic. You select basic for your installation. Future capital. I see your feedback. Any reason for using SSMS instead of free tool like Postgre and PG admin? Uh, SSMS is also free. That's why we are using it. We're not going to pay. So one thing about data is good to be result oriented and not too focused because there are a lot of tools when it comes to data. I don't even want to talk about data engineering because there are thousands of tools. So don't get your mind wrapped around the tool you're using, but you should be focused on the concept and what you're doing because there are multiple tools and each of those tools can be used to achieve the same thing. And the beautiful thing about SQL is that there's a thousand way of doing one thing. So when we get into it, you see that for the same results, you can write your script different ways as as you wish. But then that's when we talk about query optimization. So the different way you choose to write your script would influence how your script is going to run and on the dependencies of the engine that is running it in the background. So I want to indulge us all that we should be concept focused and not to don't be driven by tools. There are a lot of tools. So and all of these tools they do similar things. So you should be focused on the concepts of what you're doing and not the tool you're using because whatever you're doing on this tool, you can also do it on any other tool. All right, if you have downloaded and you have installed, please kindly let us know in the comments. Mine is completed, and as you can see, for those that were saying their PCs asking them to restart, it's not asking me to restart. So it's done now. Then you can close this. Don't need it anymore. It's already done. So once you click on home, you can search for SSMS. So you are going to see this, or you just click on your Windows button, then it will show you your most recent download. Then you just see it by your recently added because I'm using a split screen. That's why it's not showing up here. So once you click on your Windows button, you're going to see it in your recently added. Then you just open the studio. So once you open it, this is what you're going to get. So I want everyone to confirm they are now on this page. The studio is completed installing and it's now asking us to connect to SQL Server. So you can see that upon opening the studio, it's asking you now to connect to the server. So if you don't have the server, this is where you're going to run into problems because you cannot use the studio in isolation without the server that is going to power it. So you can see server type. There are different kind of server types, but today we are going to be using database engine. And the server name by default is going to be your desktop name slash SQL Express, then your Windows authentication. So it depends on the kind of server you are using. So if you are using like a cloud server, you'll be using the SQL Server authentication or any other login mode set by your server. But here you are going to use Windows authentication. So you are just going to leave it as it is and you click connect. Ogunyemi, you're asking me to go back to the server. You are not doing anything on the server anymore. Just close the installation process and then you open the downloaded Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Yes, so we are moving on and I'm clicking connect. So I'm connecting to the server we have installed, all things being equal. Our dependencies are in place, and yes, I have connected. So when you click on this drop down databases, we don't have any database yet. So that is why we have this. So from the server we have installed, there are usually some system databases. We have the master, model, MSDB, TempDB. So these ones are system databases. So what this does basically is just it logs whatever you're doing on the studio. So you and this database snapshot is just like taking a snapshot of the current position of your database, but then we are not going into that because that's more or less a database administration process. So now what we do is you click on new query and we are going to create our first database. Please, I want everyone to confirm they are here. We are already going deep into it. Please, everyone, I want to confirm you are here. So by default, when you open a new query, it's usually going to be on the master database. So now we want to create a sample database. Sugarcane, how do you open the installed SSMS? Click on the Windows button. You are going to see it in the recently added or in the search bar. You type SSMS there and you're going to find it as far as it has been installed. So your server name is going to be set by default. It's going to be your PC name slash SQL Express. So you don't need to do anything there. You just need to click on connect. Okay, I mean, please, are you on track now? Okay, so once you connect, the syntax to creating a database is simple. So SQL is more or less like writing English. So you just come here and you do create create database and the name of the database. And you click on execute. So you get a message, commands completed successfully, and it's going to show you the runtime. So once you click refresh here and you click on your drop down for your databases, you can see that we have the database we just created now, SQL class. So you can create another one, class 2, you execute, it's just the same. Then when you refresh, this is the refresh button, you would see that the new database we created is here. So now we are just looking at the studio, how the studio works. So basically, when you connect to your server, you are going to get the databases, security, server objects, replication, polybase management, and all of that. So what we are focusing on today is the database. So we have created a new database. This database is going to have diagrams. That's the modeling, and we are not going into that. But of course, when you have tables, views, programmability, and all of those stuffs, you are going to find it in your database. So if you have tables here, when you click on this drop down here, you are going to see the list of tables in your database. Please, I want to believe everyone is following. So we just created this database, and of course, it has no table. So you can see that what we have here is only the system tables. So basically, the system database, the system tables, what they do is they they log your background processes basically. So we're now going to create a table with the same syntax, create table, and the table name. So call this SQL table. So I'm adding a semicolon here, and basically that is just you closing out a portion of your code or query. So if I want to put multiple queries here and run at the same time, so that's just to say, okay, this is where this block of code stops. Then I'm starting another one, and of course, I'm not using this anymore. I can delete it. So I'm going to create this
Hi,
table now.
Kamal.
Hi, Esther.
So we have a few questions in the comments.
Okay.
So someone is saying that what will be my server name? I mean, the server name is not coming up on default. I'm not following because my question has not been answered. That's the same question, still on server name. And then another person is saying, what's the name of the database you created? Your screen isn't bold. So I think you should increase your screen. You
Okay. I'll
should
do
zoom
that.
in so that they will be able to see it. And then someone said, please, seems I missed the database. Then what am I to download? Then everyone is not following. So I think I suggest that you zoom in, which you've already done. And if there is a way you can go back to it again. I believe everyone has opened this, but for the server name and for the other parts that you did when you opened the SSMS, I think you can redo it, right? So that every other person will follow.
Okay. Okay. So
Thank you.
I'm going to
So
disconnect.
please, let's try and listen up if it's possible. If you want to write down, write down. If you want to do as he's doing it, be doing it. If you have questions, please ask us in the comments so that we can easily answer them.
Okay,
We'll be
fine.
going on a
So
short break soon. Yeah.
at this point, we have all installed and we are going into the studio. So at this point, we are not at the point of downloading anymore. We believe the studio has been installed and of course the server has been installed. So we open the studio. To open the studio, just click on your Windows button on your screen or on your keyboard. You are going to see it in your recently added, or if you can't do that, in the search bar, you just type SSMS and you're going to see your SQL Server Management Studio 19. Open it, and you're going to get what I currently have on my screen. And then the studio is going to open up. Once the studio opens up, if you have installed this SQL Server as required, you are going to have this on your screen by default. You don't need to change anything. All you need to do is click on connect or hit enter on your keyboard. So I explained earlier that This is the server that we have connected to, and this server is dependent on the SQL server that we have installed. So the server is going to have a couple of objects, but the objects that we are interested in the server today is the databases. So if you are just doing this step for the first time, you are only going to see this folder, system databases and databases snapshots. You are not going to see these two databases because I created them not long ago. So we are going to create a new one now. So you just click on new query. Please, I want to believe everyone is following now. So to create a database, the syntax is as simple as ABC. Just click, just type out rather, create database and the name of your database. So you can name your database whatever you want. I want to name this first database or first DB, and then you close it with the semicolons and you click on execute. Okay, this is one. So you have not created any database, you are going to be on the master database here. So then you click on execute or you use F5. That's the shortcut to execute. And once you click this, it's going to run. Please, I want to believe nobody's left behind now and we are all following. So once you do that, click on the refresh button here so you can see the newly created database. Okay. Cooking with Tracy. What is the purpose of SQL Express and SQL Management Studio? SQL Express is the SQL server to power the SQL Management Studio, and the SQL Management Studio is what I have open right now, where we can interact with databases and servers and what have you, where we can write our SQL. So I have created a new database. Sometimes when you refresh it just doesn't come up, so we can refresh again and click on databases, then you can see we have it here. So I want to start working on this database. For me to ensure that I'm working on this database, I'm going to click on the database first. I'm not editing the name, just click on it, make sure it's highlighted like this. Then you click on new query, or you right click and you click on new query, and it's going to open up a new query for you on that database. You can see here now that I'm not having master here anymore, it's having the name of my database. So now our database, when we click on the drop down to see our database object, we can see that we don't have any table here yet because we have not created any table. So I'm going to create a table. So still a similar syntax. You create table, then the name of the table. So when you're writing SQL, the keywords, these are the reserved keywords that are functions. You would see that the colors are always blue. So whatever you write another thing, that is your own input. They are not system reserved keywords. So I want to create a customer table here now. So the syntax is create table, then your table name. So the table name is going to be customer, open in
Hi,
brackets.
hi, Kamal. Please,
Hi, Esther.
can you zoom in a little bit?
Okay, yes, sure.
It seems they still can't
Can we
see
also?
you.
I think this is the maximum I can go.
Yeah,
Please
that's
come.
okay. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay.
okay.
So,
Yes.
following the syntax, now you put your column. So, I want to put a customer ID, then the data type. So, the data type of the customer ID will be int. Then, is it primary key? Yes, because ID is a unique identifier for all of your customers. I'm going to write primary key, comma, first name. So what is the data type for the first name? Is going to be varchar. What does varchar mean? That's variable character. Varchar. Then we put a limit to it. What does limit means? It means that that column should not take more than the number of characters that we set. So we are saying 50. So why are we saying 50? It's not necessary for us to use 50. You can use whatever, but we are just being ideal. At least, I don't think there's anybody with a first name that is longer than 50 letters. So, last name is also going to be Vacha. Okay, I missed this here. There is no C. Vacha. So this is also going to be Vacha 50. So instead of writing all of these all over to save time, I just copy it since it's the same thing. I put a comma, another column, email. So these are just basic customer information, but of course we know that emails are usually longer than names, so we use 100 here. You can use 200 if you want. It's just you setting a realistic limit to your column. Then phone number, then this is virtual. I think around the world, phone numbers are usually 11 digits, but to be on the safer side, let's just say 20. Then don't forget to close the brackets. We open the bracket here, you can see that there's an indicator that you open the bracket and you've closed it. So if you don't close it, you see that this is grayed out, but it's not highlighted. Oh, and you can see there's already a marker here that incorrect syntax near end of file. So it means you can even see it's telling you it's expecting a close bracket or what a comma. That means do you still want to add another column or you want to stop there? So I'm going to close this now. And you can see the indicator that is closed. You add a semicolon, then you click on execute. Commands completed successfully, and we can see the runtime. You can see that our tables here now, we don't have anything. So when we refresh now, we are going to see that we have added a new table. You can see DBO customer. So when we start talking about schemas, I'm going to explain why it has added DBO and what DBO means. Then now we have created this. I want to comment this out because we are no longer using it, but for the sake of those behind so that they can still see it. So now we have created a table, but of course there's nothing inside the table. We started from creating a database. After creating a database, we created a table. Then I just want to see the content of that table that we have created. Select star. So what does select star means? It means select everything if you don't want to specify the number of columns, because of course there are some tables that have like 500 columns for real business data. Then so it's instead of, if you don't want to see all of those 500 columns, you can select the columns that you're interested in. So you can simply type out your table name, or easily you can just drag your table name from here, bring it here. SQL as ABC and close it out. So once you do this, you see that I highlighted this, then you execute. The reason why it's underlining this is because of the brackets. When I remove the brackets, you see that the line will be gone. Valid object name. The object name is valid actually, but and of course the query is running, so there is no syntax error in the query. So it's giving us the results, it's giving us the column names that exist in that table, but there is no record in the table. That is why we are only having the column names. So now we are going to add data to the table we have created. So I'm commenting this out. To comment this out, you can click here or use the shortcut Control P, then Control C. So by default, this comment is out. Another shortcut is that if you don't want to do that, you just type hyphen twice and comment it out for you. So we are going to populate that table now. Please, I want to believe you are all on the same page. I want to see. Okay. I want to believe everybody is following at this point. That's why I'm holding on. So now we are going to add records to this empty table. Select, sorry, insert this time. If you remember the DML and DDL that we talked about earlier, the DML is the data manipulation language. And here now, the DML is data manipulation language. We want to manipulate this table because it already exists, of course. So what we are doing now is inserting records into the table because the table is empty. So the syntax is insert into customer. But of course, when we are dealing with a table that has a lot of different schemas, you have to specify your schema and your table name. Don't worry if I'm saying schema and you don't understand. As we progress, you're going to understand. So you open your bracket. What are you going to put in this bracket? These are the column names that you want to populate. So to save some time instead of typing, I'm just going to copy this. So I'm trying to manage space so that everyone can see. Bringing this down, and I want to close this just to have a big space on the screen so that everyone can see. Customer ID, first name. So there's a comma after every column, then last name. So I'm only doing this because I want to save time. We are on live and today is Saturday. We should use our time wisely so we can have some time to relax. So I made a typo error here, phone number. I used W here. So if I, at any point, I don't write my column name as used here, I'm going to run into an error that the column name does not exist. So I have to maintain that name I've used. You guys will pardon me for making a typo on live. So I hope you guys are following the syntax. Insert into your table name, then the columns you want to insert. And this is because you have to select the column names you want to insert because you can decide that, okay, probably there's a new customer and all you have is just the customer ID, first name and last name. the person has not provided their email and phone number. So you can leave those columns. So by the time you insert it, those columns that you have left out and not put in a value are going to be null. So we are still going to look into that. So values simply is the values we want to insert into our table. So let me see people we have that have been commenting, so I can use their names who
Okay,
commented.
Kamal. Hi, Kamal.
Yes,
Can you hear me? So
yes, I'm with
someone
you.
dropped these comments. Please, some of us are new to this, so please kindly reduce the technical words or you explain what it is when you use it. Please, what is syntax and varchar? And you are running too fast.
Okay,
So,
okay,
like I
apologies.
said earlier, the majority of those that registered are new. Yeah, so
Okay,
the technical words you use, let's try and thank you.
okay. Varchar is a data type. So there are different data types for the columns. We have integer, we have varchar, we have number, we have decimal, we have float, and each of those data types have what they are used for. Um, we are not looking at those data types today because of time, but of course, integer means number, varchar means variable characters, and decimal means numbers with a dot and other figures behind the dot. And decimal is quite synonymous to float, but they are used in different cases. So syntax, when I say syntax, syntax is an English word. It's not a technical term. It's just the order of writing, basically. So back to what we are doing. I know I mentioned schema and I've not explained it, and there's a reason for that. So I'm going to explain it as we move further. So well, back to what we're doing. We have created this table that we have created and it is empty. And what we are doing right now is to put data into that empty table. So I said I'm going to use the names of people who have been commenting. So we have Argan, comma. So the way you have written out your column names here, that is the way you're going to arrange your values as well. So sorry, this is supposed to be customer ID first. So we have 001 for the first one. And because the data type is integer, I don't put it in a double quote. But if you have a data type that is not integer or numbers, you put them in a double quote. That's the first name. The last name will be let's say man. Then the email is alkan at youtube.com. So this is a virtual, so it has to be in a double quote. Please, I hope everyone is following, and our phone number is virtual as well. So put it in a double quote. Let's say 080 080 1122 334. So that's the first record that we want to insert. We put a comma. So sorry, you close the bracket, you put the comma, then you open another bracket for another record. So what I mean by record is rows. So this means this is what we are going to have in the first row of that table. Then we're going to do 002, comma, Mary, close it, see Benjamin. So you can see and Ben. So I'm using at youtube.com for everyone. Phone number, say, and I hope we are doing this on our end as well. So I close this. This is our second record. So we can insert as many records as possible. So let me add one more record. So we have 3 records on our table. So somebody's saying, why is phone number virtual? Phone number is used as virtual in most cases because it's supposed to be a number, but you know, the data does not come into the database the way we are doing it. We are doing this now for learning purpose. So database is usually populated by probably a software that is data is being imputed and is being written into a table in the backend. So in most cases, when the developers are designing their softwares, they take in phone number as a variable character and not as numbers. So I hope that clarify your question.
So it may not really answer your question. So the thing is, starting, sorry, phone numbers. I don't know whether it's all phone numbers that start with zero. I assume that all phone numbers start with zero, maybe 08011 something something. So if you write it into the database like that as a number, it means it's going to start with 80, because normally numbers don't really start with zero per se. So if you write it into the database or into the table as a number, it means it's going to remove that zero out of the 8011. So that's why it needs to see it as a non-number, like a letter in quotes. Yeah. So that's what I think, just to add to what Kamal said.
Yes, thank you very much for that input, Esther. That's very correct. Yes, so we're adding 3 records. So now I'm commenting this out. So I can just, sorry, this is not supposed to be commented out. So I can highlight this or I just execute because this is the only query I have here because I've commented every other thing out and every other thing will be recognized as just letter. So our query has run successfully. You can see that there's a line. There are some times that what you're doing is actually correct and SQL just give you this invalid object's name for some reasons, but of course, if there was an error, it wouldn't run. It's going to give us an error here. So you can see that this has run successfully. So what we are going to do now is come back to this query and run it, which is select star from dbo.customers. We are selecting that empty table that we had before and by the time we run it now, we can see that we have records in this table. So can we all see that we are already getting our hands dirty with SQL? So does everybody get it at up to this point? Are we all on the same page? So Esther, do you think we should have a break now so that everybody can relax a bit and we'll come back to it?
Yes, please. So we would go for like 10 minutes break. We would be coming back by 12:05, 12:05. So let's come, sorry, 1:05 rather, WAT. In 9 minutes time, please let's come back and complete this. And those that are not yet on this same page, they can easily use that time to, you know, to go back to the video, to rewatch it, not after this call, still during this call, within the 10 minutes break. So you can just go back and then watch it again so that you would be able to meet up with what is currently doing. Thank you very much, everyone. For those that are on the call right now too. So we're going to, after this call, maybe after the session, we're going to be having a game where the top three winners would be given a gift. So if you would want to get that gift, please stay till the end of this live session so that you would play the game together and hopefully. So it's also very good for you to be attentive. Please be attentive to this because the questions we will ask you will be from this session. So please try and wait until the very end. We only have like 1 hour to go. Thank you. So we're going to start our meeting now. Sorry, the break now, and then we'll come back by 1:05. Yeah, this is live. This is live. This is live, and there is going to be a recorded version, right? Where you can go back to it and watch it again. So please, everyone can go on break. If you have questions, you can stay on the call while we answer the questions. Even our facilitator needs to rest. He needs to take some water. So please, let me just quickly answer this question so that our facilitator can go and drink water, stretch his leg and all. So Jennifer is saying that it showed me error after running the query. Please adjust the syntax to insert records.
Yes,
So
Jennifer, I think probably you have missed a step. That's one beautiful thing about SQL. Even though you miss a comma sometimes, you get an error. But the beautiful thing is wherever there's an error, okay, so I need to show us this. Okay, everybody has gone on break. So when everybody comes back from break, I'm going to show us how to show our line number. Then, so that when there's an error, it will always tell you the line where the error is, and you can just go there directly and figure out what you have missed. So please ensure that what you're trying to do is insert into this table name that you have created. Probably you have used a different name, but ensure that you are using dbo dot your table name. Then you have your first column, comma, second column, comma, third column, comma, fourth, comma, then the fifth, you are not putting a comma, but a close bracket. Then I've arranged this like this for readability. Then you just come down, you write values, then your value, you open a bracket, you insert. But you can see that this, I am not imputing a code because it is an integer, and integers are more or less number. So, and the other columns are what varchar, which is variable character. Like I said earlier, they have to be in double quotes. So after each of the record, you have to put a comma, just like this, and make sure you are not missing a quote anywhere. So it means that each value, you put a quote and a comma for each line. Then you close the bracket, comma. But for the last record, you're not going to put a comma, but a semicolon to close it all. So it means that you're marking the end of this entire code. So then you run it, and when you run it, I believe you should not get any error. So please try that. And if you need any further assistance, to let me know. So I'll be behind the screen, but I'm going to turn off my video while on break. So you can still call my attention if you need anything. You can just put it in the chat.
Okay, it is time. If Hello everyone, welcome back. Okay, it is time. Yeah, thank you so much everyone for joining us. I think we can continue now. So we have less than 1 hour to go. The class is going to end by 2. So if you are still here, please send us, tell us in the comments, I'm here, I'm happy to join again, that kind of thing. So we want to hear from you. I want to know those that are still around. If you are here, please let us know in the comments so we can start. Are we still on break? And if you've been following, please, I want to know in the comments as well. Tell us you've been following. Tell us you are not left behind. you are not lost, just let us know. Okay, Imran is online. You're sending hi. Okay, Abdullahi, I'm here. Let's ride on. Thanks for the excitement. I can feel the excitement. Jennifer, okay, thanks for that. Sugar cane. I love that name. Okay, yeah, thanks. And I think we have like 5 people on the call. I believe are currently listening to us right now. So I think it would be we shouldn't waste much time because our facilitator has more things to share with us. So Kamal, please, the floor is yours. You can continue the class. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Esther, and welcome back, everyone. So, just before we went on break, someone ran into their first error on SQL, and Jennifer. So that wants to make me share a pro tip with everyone. So, what you are going to do now is that you can see that as we are writing our code here, it's just on a plain sheet. So, and when you get an error, it's going to be telling you that an error is occurring at so line. And of course, as you don't have your line numbers here, you will kind of be lost. You don't know where the error is coming from. So, what you do now is you click on Tools. Please, I hope everyone is following. And you click on Tools, you click on the last option here, which is Options. You click on Options, then you scroll down, you click on Text Editor. This might have been closed out, so you click on the drop down Text Editor, then you are going to see Transact SQL. You click on Transact SQL, you click on line numbers here, you check the box, and you click on OK. So you are going to see that there's going to be a line on the left side of the plain board where we are writing our script now. So whenever you run into an error, it's going to be telling you that okay, there's so error at so line. So it make it easy for you to be able to trace your error. Okay, line 10, what is wrong with my line 10? So you'll be able to figure it. So there are a lot of people that have been writing SQL for years and they don't even know how to use this. And this is just a pro tip that make SQL easier for you on SQL Server Management Studio, of course, because there are some other platform that is usually there by default. So please, everyone, if you have gotten the tip and you have your line numbers, please type go in the comments so we can move on. We are back from break. Please, if you have done this, please type go in the comments so we can proceed. All right, so I want to believe we are all on the same page. So now we'll be moving on to the AdventureWorks. So quickly, we are looking at database architecture. So this is the essential building block. Like you have seen earlier on the studio, what are the contents of the database that you will be interested in as a data analyst or a data scientist or a data engineer? You'll be looking at the database. You have the schemas, which organize related tables and objects. So, like I've been mentioning schema earlier. So, what is schema simply means is just like a folder, like your file explorer. I believe you're all used to the file explorer on the computer. So, um, let me bring my file explorer so we can see it. So you know that we have downloads here, we have documents, we have pictures. So logically, we know that pictures here, we are supposed to have pictures in this folder. Music, we are supposed to have music in this folder. Videos, we are supposed to have videos in this folder. So that's just like what a schema does. So let's say a schema is videos now. It means that what we are going to have inside of this folder logically is supposed to be videos. You know, at times people can decide to come and put other stuff here, which is acceptable, but then you just know that this folder is supposed to host videos, same as music and pictures. So that's what a schema is. A schema is more or less like a placeholder, like a folder. So that's that about the schema and the table. As we have seen that we created a table earlier and we inserted records there. Please, did anyone get the explanation on the schema? Someone is asking what interface is this. This is just the file explorer on your computer, and I'm just using it to explain what a schema means. So I'm saying a schema is more or less like a folder. So we know that we have these default folders in our file explorer. We have downloads, we have documents, we have pictures, we have music, we have videos. Please, can anyone confirm if they can see my screen? Can you see this on your screen?
Okay, so hi, Kamal. We can see
I,
your screen, but we did not see the file explorer you were showing us the other time. I can see your screen. I don't know about the other guys, but I can
how
see
about
that I
now? Can
have
you see
a
it now?
white screen right now. So I can only see the white screen, but I'm not sure if it's the uh
How about now? Can you see it now?
yeah, I can see your screen, but not the file explorer. So if you can stop sharing and then share again, maybe that will work. Or could it be that
Okay.
you're only
Okay.
showing this page? You're only sharing this page with us, just
Uh,
this page.
I'm sharing
I
the
was
entire
supposed.
window, but I will share again. I'll share
Okay,
again.
okay. Oh, I could see the file express few seconds ago. Anyways,
Okay, so I'm sharing again.
okay.
Is it up yet? Okay, please confirm if you can see my screen now. How about now? Can you see my screen? Okay, I think it's a network lag. Please confirm if you can see my screen now.
Yes, yes, I can see your screen now. I can see database architecture,
All right,
essential
thanks,
building
Bonix.
blocks.
So if you can see my screen, please confirm you can see this file explorer window I'm trying to show.
Yes, I can see it. Correct.
Okay, okay, okay. So I was trying
Yeah,
to
it's going
explain what a
to do it
schema means.
again.
So like I said, a schema is more or less like a video. is a placeholder for related objects. So I'm saying that in the file explorer that we are used to in on our computer, we know that we have a document folder, we have a picture folder, music and videos, and we know that logically in these video folders, what you're supposed to have there are videos, even though you can put another thing there. But you know that videos, what you're expected to see in a video folder are videos, same as music. We are expected to see in a music folder and music. So that's what I'm saying, that a schema is like a placeholder, like a folder that collects related items together. So like we saw earlier that when we created a table, it assigned. So let me go back to SSMS. When you have a table like this, so what it means is that the first letters you have here is the schema, followed by a dot, then your table name. So this is created by default, which implies database operation. That's the short form of database operation. So that is why the schema that it's assigned by default to any table that is created is database operation. So there will be more on that as we proceed. So I just want to be sure that we get the idea of a schema. So our tables, we already know what our tables or a table looks like. It contains rows or rated records. And in our tables, we have rows and columns. They store records. So you can look at a record or a row as, let's say, a person. A person now is an individual record. So an individual record will have as many attributes as possible. So myself as a person, I have an attribute like a name, a first name, middle name, last name, date of birth, place of birth, and race, nationality, state of origin, and stuff like that. So those are the attributes of me as an individual. So you consider me an individual. So when I want to put my information on the database, it will be on a row. So that is identifying me. So as a customer now, I'm going to have a customer ID, then all of those attributes like we created earlier, first name, last name, email, and stuff like that. So you can always look at the table like an Excel sheet. So what we have on an RDBMS, which is related database management system, are structured data, which are of course in rows and columns. So it's just more or less like an Excel sheet. And I want to believe you are all familiar with Excel. So we have keys. So keys are like primary, we have primary and foreign keys. So let's say we have a table, like the table we created earlier. This is going to be our primary key. And when we're creating this table, you can see that we specify that it's a primary key. So what this simply means that this primary key here can be used to join to another table. We'll still see more on that if it's not clear yet. But let's say a primary key usually can be a variable character or sometimes integers. So when we restore the AdventureWorks database, we are going to see more on that. So tables, rows, and columns. I've explained all of these. Those are what we find on our database. So now we are going to restore the AdventureWorks database. So the AdventureWorks database is a sample transactional database provided by Microsoft for learning purposes. So it represents a manufacturing company that produces and sells bicycles and cycling gears. So the business model is a very simple and straightforward one. So AdventureWorks operates like a real world company, like any company you can think of. They manufacture and sell bicycles and accessories. So customer purchase products, employee work across different roles, and sales orders record every purchase transaction. So just like any company you can think of, they make productions, they sell, and they have employees. So we'll be restoring the database, and this is the link that was shared earlier on before we started. So I want to believe everyone has gotten that data set. So we are going to restore it now, and I want to believe you are going to have the adventure work back this file. Please confirm you can see this on my screen. So this is the file I believe every one of us have. And we are going to, this is a database like I explained. So all of those things we are supposed to have in the database, views, tables, schema, and everything is already in this file. So we are going to bring in it, we are going to bring it in into our management studio and see what a real database looks like. Yes, I'm going to share the presentation with you guys at the end if you want to be shared on the channel. So what we are going to do now is you are going to copy this. Please follow me. Then you go to, you click on this PC, you look at disk. Then you go to program files, and you go to program files. You look for SQL Management Studio. I'm sorry. You go to Microsoft SQL Server. Let me see if I can expand. Okay, I think I can expand like this so that everyone can see. So I'm going back again. Go to my PC, click on your local disk, drive C. When you double click, go to program files, click on program files, open it up. Then you go to Microsoft SQL Server. You double click, then you are going to see MSQL 15.SQL Express. Open it, open MSS SQL. Then in this backup, it's going to give you a prompt. You currently do not have permission to access this folder. Click on continue. Then you paste what you've copied here. So after that is done, you are going to come back to your studio. Click on the server. Oh, sorry. You right click here, and you're going to see. So on this system databases, do a right click. You're going to see restore database. Click on restore database. So you're going to get this pop up. Click on from this database, from the source, change it from database to device. Then you click here. You're going to get this select backup devices. You click on add. Then that file that we brought in here, you're going to see it here by default. That file that we have pasted. Please, I want to be sure everybody is here. Okay. If you have missed a step, I'll go back again. So what I've done is this file that I have in my downloads, which is the backup file for the AdventureWorks database. You copy it, you come to your this PC, you go to your local disk drive C, double click it, it's going to open up. Open your program files, double click, then you go to Microsoft SQL Server, double click to open, then MS SQL 15.SQL Express, double click, then you're going to see another subfolder, MS SQL, double click again to open, then you're going to see a couple of folders. double click the backup to open it and paste the file you have copied. So once you have done that, that process is complete. You come back to your studio, you click on the system databases, then you right click. When you right click, you're going to see four options. But the very first one, which is restore database, you click on it, then you are going to get this window. The source here by default is database. You are going to change it to device. So once you click on device, you are going to click on the ellipsis here. Once you click on it, it's going to give you another window. Then you click on add. When you click on add, that file that I've pasted in the folder, okay, I think it's because no, you should open this backup folder by default because of the steps you have followed. And that file, do we have that backup downloaded already to start with? I can see that some people are not getting it. Please confirm in the comments if you have the backup file already. Esther has shared the link to the backup file a couple of times before we started, even before we downloaded the SQL Server and the studio. So if you have done that, I just copied that file in wherever it's just maybe you don't have it in your download, probably have it in your document. Wherever you have it, just copy it and put it in this directory, which is in your local drive C, program files, MS SQL Server, MS SQL 15 Express. So there's another subfolder, MS SQL, then the backup folder, you put it there. When you put it there, you can minimize or close the file explorer. So when you close the file explorer, I'm going to take this step again. So on the system databases, you do a right click, restore database. When you restore the database, you get this pop-up window. The source by default is a database. You're going to change that to device. Upon changing to device, you click on these three ellipses here. Once you do that, you get another pop-up window telling you to add a file. Then you add a file here. You click on add. When you click on add, by default, that folder where we have put the backup file, you are going to find the file there. So once you find the file there, just click on the file and click OK. Once you click on OK, you will see a directory will be pasted here. Just click on OK again, and you see it's going to load. Once it's done loading, just click on OK. Okay, I'm getting an error that it failed. Okay. So I got an error that it failed. So I want to try and put the file in this folder. And okay, that's where it's supposed to be. Okay, I'll try again. Okay, this is the location. Okay. So I got the error. So please, you would not click on system databases. You click on databases here, just the folder right behind the server name. do a right click, then click on restore database. When you do this, so it's still just the same process, just that I started from the wrong place. You click on add, just like we did earlier. Okay, okay. Then you click okay. It's getting filled. Okay, I'll disconnect and connect again. Okay. Everyone, let's go back to and type in 2019. So the very first link, AdventureWorks sample databases. You click on it. So I think I got the wrong file. Okay, so when you come here, how did I get here? You just search AdventureWorks 2019, and when you click on this AdventureWorks sample databases link, it brings you here, and you download the data warehouse pack 2019 here. This file is quite small. So, oh, somebody got there successful. I make a mistake. Okay, let me try again. Okay, good. Everyone got that successful. Have I done it successfully? No, I don't have it yet. Okay, yes. So I figured the error. So I've been able to do my restore successful now. So I've successfully restored the AdventureWorks database, and I think a couple of people have been able to as well. Well done, everyone. So you click on new query. Yeah, so please, if you have any issues restoring the backup, please let me know before we move ahead. Please give a thumbs up if you have been able to restore the database. Please, if you are lost, please kindly indicate so that we can help you. And if you are here, kindly give reaction so we can continue. Okay, so I don't think there is anyone with an error. Okay, somebody said I should go over it again. From where, please? Is it from putting the file in the backup folder or from restoring it? Please, if you are lost, kindly give your feedback on time so we can make good use of our time. And please confirm if you can see my screen. I can see a feedback that it's like my screen is blocked. Is it like that for everyone? Okay, backup folder. I'm going to take it again. From your downloads or wherever you have your AdventureWorks, for the file, the link has been shared in the channel and on the comments. Copy it from here, Control C, or you right click and click copy. Then you go to this PC, click on local disk C, double click, click on program files, come to Microsoft SQL Server, double click it, come to MS SQL 15.SQL Express, double click it, open this folder, open the backup folder, then paste it. So once you paste it, that's all you have to do here. You either minimize or you close your file explorer, come back to your studio. I told you earlier, Abdul Baki, I said whoever is using any other SQL Studio that is different from this, the restoration process is different. It's not the same. So what I said is you should quickly do a search on how you can restore the backup on the other management tool you are using because I will not be able to help on that right now. So click on databases, right click on restore database, select database. So the source here by default is database. You click on device, you click on the three ellipses here. It's going to give you this window. Click on add. So by default, once you click on add, it will open up this. Someone is saying my screen is currently blurry. So please, Esther, please confirm if my screen is blurry on your end as well.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is blurry.
Wow, I think that should be a network glitch. Let me stop sharing and reshare again. I'm sharing now. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
It's still coming up. Yeah, it is better now, far better. If there
Okay,
is a way
so I've
you can
sent.
zoom in, I don't know. Is there a
I
way you
don't.
can, or it
I don't
can't
think
work
there's
here?
a way I can zoom. I can really maximize. So I've sent the directory to the chat. Please put it in the comments so that everyone can see it. So you are going to put that backup that you have downloaded into that directory. So I think that is straightforward. So once you have the file there, come back to your studio, click on databases, right click, restore database, change your source from database to device, click here on the three dots, then on this pop-up window, click add. By default, it will take you to that folder. Click on the file, then click on OK, then you click on OK again, and then you just click OK. But I already done that, so I'm not going to click OK. So that's why I'm going to click cancel because I've done my backup already. So please, everyone should confirm they have been able to do this. So the directory I shared is where you are supposed to put the file. It's not a link you are going to click. So if you understand how file directory works, just follow that part and put the backup file there because I've shown it on my screen a couple of times and some people have not gotten it. That's why I shared the directory. So please, if you want us to proceed, kindly put it in the comments so we can move on. So while waiting for feedback, I'll take it quickly again. Click on the file you have downloaded, Ctrl C, or you right click to copy. Then go to this PC, look at disk C, click, double click, come to program files, double click, then you go to Microsoft SQL Server folder, double click it, my MSSQL 15.SQL Express, double click on the subfolder again, then in this backup, paste the file there, and that's all. You can close or minimize the file explorer, then come back here and you do the restore quickly. Change the source to database, click here, add, click on the file, OK, OK, then you just click on OK, and you get a prompt that has been successfully restored. So we are going to explore the AdventureWorks database now. So there are a couple of tables here, there are a lot of tables. And like I explained earlier on the schema bits, that schema is just like a placeholder. So DBO, like I said, is database operation. So these are just more or less log tables. You can see human resources, the department. The schema here is human resources and the table name is department. So everything peculiar to human resources will be on the human resources schema. Everything relating to person will be on the person schema and with different tables. But we know that any table that has schema dot whatever name is relating to persons. Then we have the same for production. Then we have the same for purchasing, and we have the same for sales. So there are quite a number of tables here, and also we'll see that there are some views here. If time permits, we'll be able to look at some views. But now let's get our hands dirty. I want to put this away so that we can have a large screen. So now let's explore. Let's get the list of people in the system. We want to retrieve the information of all the persons table. So like I said, we are retrieving all. So we just to select star from person dot. So the good thing is there is intelligence here. So as you're typing, it will be giving you what is similar to what you're typing. So we want to look at person dot person. We want to see all of the records on this person's table. So here we have, you can see that there are a lot of data on this table that we have 19,972 rows. So that's the number of records. So this business entity ID is a primary key to identify each person type. So we can see that their person type and all is. So let's look at the different person types that we have on this table. So to do that, we just do select distinct person type. So you can use your intelligence to make your writing faster. So we can see that there are 6 different types of person type here. You have IN, you have EM, SP, SC, VC, GC. So let's explore further. So let's retrieve only first name and last names of people from this table, and let's see what it's going to look like. First name, last name, then you can use F5 or click execute rather, so we can see all of the persons on this table. So let's do an order by. So let's say we want to see all of the people on this table in the order of their names. So actually, you're not supposed to write all your keywords in block letters or capital letters, but for readability and so that your script will be clear, you can decide to do that. But if you don't, so as we'll be moving against time now, I would not be considering that anymore. So I'll just be writing all of my codes in lowercase. So when we say order by, if you don't specify how you want to order it, so the default for SQL is going to be in ascending order. So you can see A is going to come first, B, but then let's say we want to do otherwise, we are going to specify that that's descending, and this is how to write descending. You don't write it in full, just write DESC, and then you execute. You can see that it's going to start from the bottom, which is Z, and it goes down back to A. So let's see what the product table looks like. So I'm just going to do a select star from the products dot product. Sorry, production. So you can see it's a very large table, about all the products of AdventureWorks. You can see the name of those products, and each product has its unique product ID. They have make flag, finished goods, color, and you can see all of the columns that they have. Some are null, some are not, some are nullable, some are not nullable. You can see the sell dates and the modify dates. So let's look at each of these products and their prices. So that's going to be name of product, list price. So that's all we want to look at. So we want to see all of the individual products in AdventureWorks and the list price. So some are 0.0. So I think those are free items that you can just select. So paint, okay, like maybe when you're buying an item and you want to add paint to it, you don't have to pay. So that's why the list price is 0. So now let's see the actual goods that are being sold for certain amounts. So we do where list price is greater than 0. So we see the stuff that they are not selling for free. So as we can see, they have 304 products that they are not selling for free. And each of the products has the list price here. So let's look at the different colors of items that they have. We do color, and where color is not null, because I can see earlier that some of those colors column were null. So what this simply means is that where like I okay, let me go back to my slide so I can clearly explain this. I hope nobody is lost. So I want to quickly explain the syntax. Okay. So the core of SQL, writing basic queries, I think we have done a couple of these, but then I just want to explain so that nobody is left behind. You want to select something, of course, and what you want to select, of course, you want to select from somewhere. So you select whatever you want to, and if you want to select all the columns, you just do a select star, and from is where you want to select from. As you can see on the database you have restored, there are a lot of tables, so you have to specify the table you actually want to select from, and where this is used to apply filters to record. So that is the case where I did where list price is greater than 0. So all of those items that were sold for free that the listing price is 0, we removed it and we saw the items that are sold for actual prices and we saw the prices. And order by is used to sort our results in ascending and descending order. We have seen that as well. So there are aggregation functions and groupings. So as we proceed, we look at this, we do a count, sum, average, mean, and max. And I think all of these aggregation functions, like the sound, is quite straightforward. But if I need to explain, I will do that. But then group by is used for aggregation functions to group rows. So whenever you use any of these aggregation functions, you must group by an actual column or columns that they are not aggregated by. So I'm still going to explain more on that. So let's go back to our studio and write more scripts. So now we want to do where color is not null. Why am I doing where color is not null? If you look at this quickly, you'll see that there are some products that the color is null. So we want to take out those products that don't have colors, and as I'm saying, where color is not null. So this one is straightforward. We just do where color is not null and you run. So it's going to give us all of those items that have actual colors. And again, let's look at this is us filtering by the null. So we have filtered out the columns that are null. So let's see products that their color is red. So we just do is equals to and the name of the color. You can just copy from here. Okay, let me just say black. Just put here or type. And the good thing is SQL is not case sensitive. So this black, if even as you can see that in the result set here now is capital B, even if I use this lowercase b here, it will still give me the actual result. So SQL is not case sensitive on SSMS because on some management tools it is, but on SSMS it is not case sensitive. So I just need us to have that at the back of our mind. Then so we can add our filter cannot be one, our filter can be as much as possible. We can even have a 100 filter. So let's look at products that their color is black and the listing price is greater than 100 or 1000. Sorry. This price. So we can see all of the products that their color are black, and we can change this to red. I can even add the list price here. So you can see that all of the items there, because we have added the where clause where color is red, all in our result set, what we are going to have is only products with color red and their list price is greater than 1000. Here, if you want to include products that their list price is equals to 1000, we just do greater than or equals to 1000. You can see it's going to include any product that the list price is 1000, or we don't even have any product with the list price that is close to 1000. So we can even add a sort to this. We can order by, the list price, you can order by the name, you can order by, and when we are ordering, we can order by as many columns as we want. We can even order by the name and the list. We order by the name, the list, price, and we can even order by the column. So we can order by all of our columns. As you can see, so it's going to first order by the name, then order by the list price, then order by the column. So let's do more. So now we are coming to the aggregation function. So let's do, let me leave this here and just comment it out. So let's do a select. So we are doing a count now. That's the aggregation function. So let's do color. Let's do color. Then count star. Count star. So when you do an aggregation function, you have to name that column. Okay, I'm not going to name this column now so we can see what I'm actually saying from production products. We are still on this table. Where color is equals to red. So So what this is going to do basically is going to count all of the products that the color is red. Production of color is invalid. You did color yellow. Wow. Okay. Let's start with this. You can do a count of all the products that we have here. We have 500. Okay. Then let's do the price list. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I So whenever you use an aggregation function, you must group by. So that was why I was getting an error there earlier. I have to group by the color. So as you can see, because I specified that the color is red here, so we are getting we got the count of all the product to be 504 earlier. And this is us doing basic analysis already. We can see that all of the products that we have is 504. So your manager can just call on you and this analyst, please tell us the number of products that we have that the color is red or black or whatever. Then just write your query and the result is out. So if I don't do this, let me take away this and see all the products by their color. So you can see that those items that don't have a color, we are getting the account. The black, blue, gray, and all of the colors that we have, we are also getting the account. So please, whenever you are using an aggregation function, don't forget to group by the other columns you want to aggregate by. So I'm aggregating only by color here. So there are cases whereby you might want to aggregate with other stuffs. So is everybody clear up to this point? Any questions? Please, Esther, let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, there are no questions.
All right, so let's look at another aggregating function, which is average. Let's see the average list price. And we are going to call this. Okay, so I was trying to show something earlier before I ran into an error and I forgot. So I'm going to show that here now. So I want to get the average list price from all the products in AdventureWorks. So we can see that we are getting no column names for our results. And that is because whenever you use a function, you need to alias that column or else it's going to give you a new column name. So now I'm going to alias this as average price. So you can see that the column is no longer no column. Let's see what more can we do. Okay, so I was saying something about the syntax and how it works on the different management tools. But here in SSMS, we want to, as you can see that this table has 504 records, but then we don't want to see everything. So we can just do a select top 10 star. We want to select everything, but we want just 10 records. So we should just have a few of the sample of And sometimes why you do this is that there are some tables that are very large that when you do a select star because they have millions of records, before you get a result, it can even take up to 20 minutes because the table is large and bulky. So you can quickly do this when you want to write, you, you don't have to know everything that is in your table. So sometimes when you just want to quickly look at your table, let's say, oh, what do I have on this table? You can just do a quick select top 10 star. You see what your table looks like. You see the columns name and you see what the records looks like. So that's how to quickly look at a table. Let me see. So let's look at the human resource table as well. Let's see what we have there. That's human resources dot employee. Let's look at the employees before the department. And of course, in case whereby you are doing a select top star or whatever, you can run multiple queries at once. So I stop this here. Just want to show us what is possible. I do this. I want to see the department as well. Let's change this to department. So I just highlight this. You can have as many block of codes as you want. You would always use a semicolon to mark the end of each of the block of codes. And let's say all of these were still active, have not been commented out. I can choose to run just this, or I highlight both, or I just execute, and it's going to execute the two block of codes. You can see that the first one, the result is at the top, and the second one, the result is below. So sometimes you might want to see two tables side by side like this and say, okay, um, you are looking at human resources, employee, and department. So now we are moving into joins. So let's say we want to look at an employee. Each employee is to have business entity ID. There should be another table where we would be able to join. Let's look at it quickly. Employee. Okay, we'll look at another table so we don't take too much time on that. Um, so let me explain the joins quickly before we get our hands dirty with that. Please, I hope we are all following and we are getting it. Okay, so I want to explain the joins, different kind of join. And joins is used to connect data together. As you can see here that I'm showing that there are two tables or there are as many tables as possible on this database. Each of those tables can be linked to each other, and that is when we talk about the primary and the foreign key. So the primary key is a unique identifier on a table, and the foreign key is that unique identifier that is a primary key on a table that exists on another table. I hope that is clear. So let's say on your NIN database, you have your phone number there, which could be your primary key, and on your that would have your record. And let's say with your telecommunication organization, you're going to have another data there, and your phone number is the okay for the telecommunication. Your phone number is actually supposed to be your primary key, and is unique to your phone number is unique to each customers. And when you want to do your NIN, the NIN also have a different table that contain your information. So your data on the NIN records can be joined to your telecommunication records using your phone number. So just that's just a simple explanation, but we are still going to see it play out using the studio. So the different types of join that we have the inner join, the left join. So in some management studio, when you use a left join, it works. But on some, you have to use a left outer join before it works. So, but for SSMS, left join works, inner join, or you just use a join, right join. So, for me to explain this, we have a full join, which means joining two tables together, regardless of matching records. Inner join means joining two tables with only matching records, and left join means returning all the rows on the table on the left and only matching records on the right. So what that means is that if you have 10 records on the left table and you have possibly 15 records on the right table or less, it doesn't matter. When you do a left join, you are going to get all your 10 records on your left table and whatever matches with the right table. And the right join is just like an inverse of the left. So basically, is how you position your tables. So the table you have on the right, it means that you want to select all that you have on the right table and matching records on the left. So what that means is that when there is no matching records, it's going to put null for where there are no matching records, and when there are matching records, you get the actual data. And the full outer join means that if you have 10 records on left table and you have 15 records on the right table, when you do a full outer join, it means you're going to get what is in both tables, regardless if they are matching or not. So wherever there are no matching records, you get null, and wherever there are matching records, you get the. So using a mathematical approach, we might have forgotten, but in secondary school, of course, we did Venn diagram. So using a Venn diagram approach, so the inner join is simply explained by when you do an inner join, it is what you have in this that is colored yellow that is going to be your result. So let's say you have a left table and you have a right table, and you use an inner join. So it is only what exists on left table and also exists on right table that you're going to get in your result. So full join, like I said, is just going to bring what you have on your left table and what you have on your right table. Where there are no matching records, you just get a null. And the left join, it means that give me everything I have on my left table and what exists on the right table. That's what the left join does. And on the right side, right join is going to give you all that exists on the right table and what matches on the left table. So let's go back into the studio and see that play out. So let's do select. So here now I'm going to be showing us a aliasing table. So you can see that we have production.products. So it means that wherever I want to select my name, if I want to join to another table, I have to put this table name there again. But that might be like it's quite long. So I can alias this table to be whatever. So let's look at that playout. So let me say select. I want to select first name from. Okay, I want to do the from first so that my intelligence can assist me in picking those columns. Person dot person. So I'm aliasing this table as A. You'll see how that is going to play out now. So because the first name I want to select is on table A, which is person that I've aliased as A, then I'll select P dot last name. Sorry, A dot last name. Now I want to join to another table, and this is what I was trying to look at earlier. I want to get the job of each person. So the person table is a table that has a record of every individual, and the human resource employee is a table that has the data of the individual employees. So I'm going to do an inner join here. So it means that it's only someone that exists on the person table and on the human resource table that we want to see their record, because we want to see their job title. So human resource dot employee. So I want to call this B, inner join. So we have this marker here because I'm getting the table right. Okay, so because I don't have the table name on my head, you can simply do this anytime. Whatever table you want to call, you can just drag it here into your code and you'll be fine. So you need an identifier to match both tables. So you do on. That on is where you use your primary and your foreign key. So primary key on the person's table is business entity. So that's going to be A dot business entity. That is the unique identifier, which is the primary key on the person table. We have looked at that table earlier. If you don't remember, you can always go back and look at it. So B, this is the human resources that employee table, and the identifier we also have there is the business entity ID. So when we do this is supposed to be first name. We want to see the job title of the individuals. So why am I doing this? The reason why I'm adding the alias to my column name is because there are some cases whereby this first name, this last name might be on both tables. So you are going to get an error that's ambiguous column name that doesn't know from which of the table to pick from. So it's best that when you are joining tables and you analyze them, you actually pick the table where you want to pick that record from. So we can see all of our employees and their job title here. So we joined on the business entity ID that exists on both tables. So here on person, business entity ID is most likely a foreign key, but business entity ID on the employee table would be the primary key, and we have been able to join both tables together on that identifier. So let's look at the sales table. We have not looked at the sales table yet, so let's do a select top 10 star. Please, I hope we are all following and we are getting it right. My screen is not showing. That should be a network error. Please, Esther, can you confirm if you can see my screen? That should be a network lag.
See my screen. Yes, I can see your screen, but it is not clear. It is blurry. I can see your screen, but it's not clear. Please confirm you can
That
hear me,
should be
Kamal.
network. I can hear you. I can hear you. Someone said they
Okay.
can't see my screen since about 8 minutes ago.
Wow, I can see it from here.
Okay, let me just stop and share again.
Oh, wow. Yes, I can see it.
Please confirm you can see my screen now.
Yeah,
Please
it's
confirm if
coming
you
up.
can see my screen.
It's coming up. Oh, wow. Um, Abdullah, Joe, so sorry. Ezekiel, so sorry, I just saw your comments. But please confirm you can see his screen now. Let's know if you can see his screen. Okay, okay. Benjamin says he can see your screen. Okay, thank you so much for drawing our attention to it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, they are still saying that is okay. I think it's clear now. It is clear now, yes. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
It's clear now, right? I can proceed.
Yes, you can
Okay, we can just see
proceed.
the.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so for those that missed what I was doing earlier, so I want to go back and please, did you guys get the explanation on the join, or you want me to come back again? Please confirm if you got the explanation on the joins because
Okay,
we are
so
already on the
yeah,
join.
can you hear me? So they are saying you should start that joins again. So usually beginners find it difficult to understand joins. So it would be good for us to go back and do the explanation again. Thank
Okay,
you.
I just hope it doesn't get frozen there again. Okay, please confirm slides. So, connecting data together, as we can see that on that database, we have a lot of tables, and those tables would have been modeled in such a way that each and every of those tables can be connected to one another, and that is where we have our primary and foreign keys. What the primary key means is that a unique identifier on a table, it is called the primary key, and a foreign key is a primary key that exists on another table, and that is what I am trying to show here when we come back to the studio. So this person.person table and the employee table, you can see that we have the business entity here, we have the person type, name, and all of those information. And in the employee table, we also have business entity ID and all other informations. So this is basically data modeling because if all of these records here are supposed to have first name, last name, suffix, and all of this information. But bringing it here, adding it to this table, is going to make this table robust because the business, of course, is going to keep growing and data will keep increasing. So it will make growing those tables or the database at large laggy when there are too many informations on a single table. So that is why data is usually being modeled so that you can have information like We are going to have our facts and dimension tables. I don't want to go too deep into that because this is a beginner session and you don't get confused. But basically, like I said, the primary key is a unique identifier on a table that exists on another table. So looking at this person table, the unique identifier we can see here, in most cases, a unique identifier is usually like an integer, a number, or sometimes a kind of code. It can have both the combination of letter and numbers. So the business entity ID exists here on the person table, and it also exists here on the employee table. So here is a primary key, and here it's a foreign key. So we are joining the two tables together. So let me go back to the slide and explain the different kinds of joins that we have. So we have the inner join. So this means give me what exists on both tables only. And we have the left join, which means give me what we have on the left table and matching records that exist on the right table. So the right join is just like an inverse of the left join. It means give me what I have, everything I have on the right table, corresponding data on the left table. So I'm talking about syntax. Like I said earlier, is the way your code is being written, and the different management studios have their own little syntax differences. So left join works on SSMS. It doesn't work on MySQL. The only difference is you have to put the left after join or left join. That's just the difference. But as you can see, it's not something ambiguous. You can still easily decipher that left join is still the same thing as left outer join rather. So it's just the same. So those are the little differences. So the full join is giving me what I have on both tables, and on some management studio you can have it as a full join or a full outer join. So using a Venn diagram to explain it further, I believe we all did mathematics in high school, and we did the Venn diagram. So this just makes the explanation a visual representation. So an inner join is showing that if I use an inner join, what I'm going to get in my result set is going to be what is shaded yellow. So it means what exists on this left table and it also exists on the right table. And a full join means that give me both tables, what exists, and when they are matching records, match them together. So what it means that whenever there is nothing that matches on the right table, it's just going to add null to it. And on the right table, whatever exists and doesn't exist on the left table, it's going to add null to it. So the left join, it means give me what exists on the left table and matching records on the right table. And the right join is just an inverse. Give me everything that exists on the right table and matching records on the left table. So that's a simple explanation of joins. And this is us looking at it play out in a script. So SQL can be called a script, like a block of code or block of codes are called scripts. And this block of code can also be called a query. So I can always use that interchangeably. Don't get it confused. I'm still saying the same thing. So here now, I have written a query to join these two tables now. So here now you can see that I cannot, on this table now, I can't get this person's job title on this table, but the job title is here. And the only way I can retrieve this job title is by joining it to this table. And there's business and entity ID here, there's business entity ID here. So that's going to be what we're going to join. So when you're writing a join, you write your first table. So the first table you write is going to be your left table. It's going to be your left table, and the table that comes after is going to be your right. So if I wanted everything here and what matches here, I'm going to use a left join. But as it is, let's say I don't want to change the position of the table. If I want everything here and what is not and what matches here, I'll just change it to a right join. So that's how join works. And when you select the two tables, I talked about aliasing. I think most of you guys might have missed it when my screen was not showing. So I said that if I want to pick, let's assume that there are some tables like that that as I have the first name and the last name on this person table, it might also exist like that on the employee table. So when you write your code and you don't specify the table where you're picking from, you are going to get an error that there's an ambiguous column because it doesn't know which of the tables to pick from. So that's why you have to specify by using, it's not necessary you use an alias, but it just makes your code simpler because me having to do person dot first name, person dot last name, person, it just makes like the script lengthy. So I've aliased this person table as A, and sometimes you can need maybe on some other studio management studio you would have to use as when you're aliasing, and but on SSMS without the as it works. So okay, I'll use as somewhere and I'll use as on the other end so that we can see that both works. So when I run this, it's going to, okay, we have date of birth here. I'm going to add that to this. Let's add their date of birth. So that's birthday. So it's on B. So now another thing I want to show is that because date of birth or birth date rather does not exist here, if I don't alias it, I'm not going to get an error. But in the case where it exists on both tables, I have to specify from which table I want to pick. So I will leave this as it is so that we can see what is possible. So I'm going to run this. You can see that I used as here, I didn't use as here, and it's still going to work. So I'm going to run this, and we can see that we are getting a result set of the first name, last name, job title, birth date of all of these guys. So that's join. And like I said on the syntax bit, that on SSMS, if you don't put your inner and you just say join, it still recognizes it as the inner join. So you can just do this. So I want us to note now that we have 290 records here. Let's see if there are people that exist on the person table that don't exist on the employee table. So we have, let me write it down here. We have 290 records. So let's do a left join and see if we have more records on the person table. You can see there are 19,972 records on the person table. So it means that there are some people that are on this table that are not employees, or their record does not exist on the employee table. So because their record does not exist, you are getting null. That is why we are getting null, because their record does not exist. That is the left join. So let's do a right join now. Let's do a right join. A right join. You can see that it means that everybody that exists on the employee table actually exists on the person table, but not everybody that exists on the person table that exists on the employee table. So we can do an outer join here, and let's see how it's going to play out. So okay, this is supposed to be a full join, full outer join. So like I said, for the syntax, both works on SSMS, but on some other management studio it doesn't. Even without this outer, it's still going to work. So still do a full join. So that's just that on the syntax bit. So let's do one or more on joins. So yeah, I was saying that we should look at the sales record and see what we have on the sales table. As of sales.customer. So I skipped from, that should be from all the time. Sales.customer. So it's just for readability, and I just want to get like a quick content of this table. That's why I did it. Select top 10 star. And of course, you don't have to cram all the table names you have in your database. You can always come and look at it. And whenever you want to, even you don't even have to write the name out, you can just drag it out here and you look at the content of the table just like that. So you don't have to know everything on the database. But let's say this is where you are working, and as you use these tables every day, you know that okay, on my person table, this is what I'll find here. On my employee table, this is what I find here, and that's how you just get familiar with your table. So, like me now, that when you wake me up from bed and you just mention a table to me, I can tell you the content of the table because I've been using those tables for long. So that's just it. You don't have to cram it, and even if you forget, you can always come and do a select top whatever, and you just see a quick glance of what your table looks like. So let's do. I've explained all of the concept of joins. Please let's confirm we get it. Please let's get feedback in the comments. Should we move on, or is there anything that is not clear that you want me to take again? So there are a lot of other things we can do. So I just want to give us a quick tip. So let's say you have a file. So I'm not getting any feedback on the join. So I think everybody is good on that. I just want to show us quickly how you can import a file that you want to work with. Let's say you have an Excel file or a CSV file that you want to bring into your SSMS and you want to write queries on it. So that is what I want to show us. You just go to your you just go to your database, you right click. I think Esther has shared this file in she has shared the file in the channel. So you can get the file there. You go to import data, then it's going to open the import wizard. This is what the import wizard looks like. Import and export wizard actually you can also use it to export data into a file. So you just click on next, select your data source. So my data source here is going to be a CSV file, which is a flat file source. You click on it, and you click. So it's going to bring out this file name option. Then you select the file you want to import. So by default, it's usually reading text files. So you change it to either CSV files or all files. So you select your CSV, but since you want to import CSV, just select CSV files. Then you pick the file you want to import. So you click on next. So it shows you a glance of what your file looks like. So this is the content of the file, and this file, this CSV file, I want to write it into a table on SSMS so that you can run queries on it. So you select your destination. So your destination is going to be SQL Server Native Client 11.0. So that is the type of database that we have here. So you just leave this. It's going to select your server name by default, except you want to write it to a separate server. But of course, we are not doing that. So you just then here you have the option to select the database where you want to write. So the first database I created, which is the SQL class, I'm going to write that file there. Then I click on next. So it's going to give you the default schema is DBO. So you can always change it. So I can let me say I want to use ETL. ETL simply means extra transform load. And I would call my table customer data. I'll take care of all of this. And another thing is when you're naming your table on SQL, you make sure there are no space in between because whenever there is a space, it becomes you need to use a double quote before you can get it. So if you don't use a double quote, you'll be getting an error that the table doesn't exist. So you can do a preview before you write your data and see what it looks like. And if you don't, you just go on next and you run. You just click on finish, finish, So as we know that when I created this table, there was no table on it. The execution was successful. So this SQL class database was actually empty. By the time I click on my tables now, we are going to see that the ETL customer data is there now. So I just want to, so I can just do a select star from this select star. So it means that if you have an Excel file or a CSV file you want to query on SSMS, you can actually bring it in as a table. And when I do select star, I'm going to get all what we have on that Excel file now in the table. So I just want to open the table and the file so that we'll see what it looks like on Excel and on the table so that we can see that it's actually the same record. So this is what it looks like on it on Excel, and this is what we have on SSMS. So you can see that what you have here, you can bring it in on SSMS and you can perform your analysis here. So I think we can now proceed to the game. We have spent so much of our time here, but I want to believe we all enjoyed this session and we have been able to learn one or two today. So you can explore more on Join. After the session, I can share a couple of questions that you can try out. And if you want the script as well, but I think it will be best if you figure it yourself. I can just share like a problem statement that you can look for in the database we have installed so you can get your hands dirty and practice. So Esther, let's kindly confirm we can proceed to the game so we can round up today's session.
Okay, you can hear me before I
Yes, I can
proceed
hear you. I can hear you.
clearly. Please, I want to know if there's a background noise.
No background noise, but it's not as clear, but I can hear you.
Okay. So I sincerely appreciate every one of you who waited until this time. I'm so happy. I don't know. We've spent like almost 4 hours. We intended to spend 3 hours, but many of you still waited until this day. I sincerely appreciate you. And I also believe, please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Okay, okay. All right. Thank you for confirming. So, like I said, I appreciate every one of you who waited until this time. I believe that you've learned one or two things. Trust me, this database that you've been able to access, you'll be able to practicalize every single thing. Aside from what Kamal had just taught us, there are a lot of things that you can still do inside the SQL Server. So instead of you guys complaining, oh, there is no place to practice, I'm only watching on YouTube, or I'm only using W3 schools to learn Excel, to learn SQL, or I'm using this platform to learn SQL. How can I practicalize it? So now we've been able to download the server itself. We've been able to access, so I'm not even showing my face. Let me show my face. Okay, so I said we've been able to access the server itself. We've been able to, I don't know whether it's working, but let's see. I will just keep talking. I don't want us to take too much time again. So we've been able to access the server. We've been able to access the database, which means that uh, we can do anything, right? We can do anything. We can practicalize everything that we've been taught. We can look for data sets. And the good thing, another good thing that Kamal helped us to do was to show us how we could import data sets, how we can import data sets, whether it is Excel, whether it is CSV, so that we would not just be restricted to what we have in the database. We can also just bring in what we have and then do whatever thing we want to do with it, which is a very, if it is a good one. It is a very good one. So please, I encourage every one of you to not just leave it at where we are right now. Just don't just stop where you are or what you've done. Just keep going, keep learning, look for data sets. We have data sets here already, AdventureWorks, which you can explore. You can look at the different tables there. You can join, you can build dashboard even through this. Yes, because when you are able to do your join to extract data from it, you can just print. So yeah, so we will not be able to repeat it. You can just go back to the recorded session because time has gone already. So just go back, maybe like 10 minutes, and rewatch it if you don't want to watch the full video. So you can easily import different, if you don't want to work on the AdventureWorks alone, right? You can just import different data sets and then do your extraction. After doing your extraction, then you export it, or you can even connect to Power BI. Don't worry, we would also hold a live session, right? Where we would connect to Power BI from the database. So it's like you are working in an organization, even though you are not yet working, right? It will be like I'm working in an organization where I can easily connect to their database from Power BI, and then you can now build your dashboard and all those things. So rather than you bringing in Excel again and then building dashboard, we can also do that, extract, connect to your SQL Server, and then do whatever thing you want to do with your analysis. So there are a lot of things you can explore. And don't worry, that's why I created this channel. So I've always been sending resources, been sending things to people, but having practical sessions like this would even help you to do better, to know better, right? So I don't want to talk too much. I have a lot of things to say. But like I said, please ensure that you practicalize every single thing that you've done. You can rewatch it to understand the concept, to understand everything about SQL, and then do your thing. Install, after installation, join tables and do all those things. So once again, thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate Kamal for your time. You've spent 4 hours with us, dishing out values, dishing out a lot of things. I really appreciate your patience as well, the way you were able to wait for people to install, even those that were behind, you're able to bring them to ensure that they come to, that they were able to get to where we were at that time. So I sincerely appreciate every one of you. So right now, we're going to be doing a game, right? We're going to be playing a game, and it's going to be the one to handle it. So it's going to be the one to handle the game, and we want like fastest fingers. We want like three fastest fingers or three top. We are going to be having three winners, right? So these three winners will be given gifts. So the gifts will be said later, but after the Kahoot. So please come out. You can start the game. Please, another thing I would say is that let's use the email address, your email address, if it's going to be possible. I don't know if they accept long emails, but if it's going to be possible, let's try using our email address so that I can send an email to you for those that get the gift eventually. Thank you. So Ezekiel, no one is talking yet. No one is talking yet. He's still trying to share his screen. Kamal, you are muted in case you've said anything, but I'm not sure you have said anything yet.
Yes, please give me a minute. Let me set up the.
Okay. Okay, no problem at all.
Please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see your
Can you see my
screen. Yes,
screen?
I can. I can see your screen come out. Confirm you can also hear me. But what I can see right now is your slide.
Please scan the code and
So I can only see your
join the
slides, not
game.
the code.
You can either scan the barcode or you go to www.org.it.
Hello, Kama, can you hear me? Kama, okay. You can see the screen, but is it the slides you can see or the game?
So we have two people on the game already. Let's have others. Please join the game.
Okay, so Kamal, I can see slides. So okay, I can see your screen now. So the screen is up now, Ezekiel. Okay, so Kamal, I can see. So we have like three people on the call.
We have Daniel, we have Godfrey, we have Blessing. Can others join? If you cannot see the barcode, just go to
Oh, Jules
kahoot.it
cannot see the
and input the
barcode.
game pin.
Okay, so I'm going to
Okay, if you
um
cannot see the barcode,
so
go
you
to
said they should search for
kahoot.it and input the game. You can put the website and the game pin in
Kahoot.it.
the chat. So,
Yeah,
but
I'm
then you
sending
still
it
need to see
already.
my screen because of the messaging.
9:59 and 35.
Maybe I
No,
should just reshare again.
it's okay.
Please confirm you can see my screen.
It's coming up.
Okay. We have Ifeanyi. Welcome to you. We have Muke, we have Daniel, we have Godfrey.
Okay, I can't see your
So 1 minute
screen
more.
anymore.
Whoever is
Okay, it seems some persons are not, but I can't see your screen. Hello, Kamal. Hi, Kamal. Please confirm you can see his screen. Okay, I can see your screen now. Okay, so I think we should start now. Okay, yeah, but I can see his screen now. I believe you can also see his screen now. So we can start the game now. No need of waiting for more people because of time, please. Thank you. Okay, so Kamal, you're not sharing your screen yet. Please share now so that.
Yes, I'm sharing now.
Okay.
Okay, so can we start now?
Yes, please. Let's start. No time. Okay.
All right.
We can work with the number we have.
So everyone on your mark. Yeah. So this is fastest finger. You have to be very fast. Whoa.
Ah,
So some people
oh
still
my
miss
God.
this. Interesting.
Ah,
So
sort data.
let's move on to the next and let's see. Wow, Abdullah is stopping the
Yeah,
scoreboard. He is the
absolutely.
fastest finger as we have it now. So let's move on to the next round. Wow, wow. The number of people that miss this is alarming. So where is used to is the clause we use to filter results. I think I explained much on that. Well, if you have forgotten now, you will remember. So let's move on to the next round. Let's see who is stopping the scoreboard. Oh,
Oh,
Kenny
Kenny.
NG.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome to the top of the scoreboard. Let's see if you can maintain the status. We move to the next round now. What does other buy do? Wow, interesting. I think it's getting easier now, and we have a lot more correct answers. So let's see who is topping the scoreboard. Oh, Kenny, you maintained his status. That's nice. Let's see if anyone can overthrow him. Let's move to the next round. I mentioned this, so let's see if anybody grabbed it. Wow, 10 seconds to answer. Wow, more correct answers. I think it's a bit confusing. Some people chose the library. Well,
Yeah.
let's see who is topping the leaderboard now. Wow, Kenny is still there. Bonix, you can overthrow him. You have 2 more rounds to go. Let's see if you can do that. Or anybody from the bottom can come up. Let's see. Wow, wow. Number of people that missed this. Is it that tricky? I think it's a straightforward question. Well, let's see. Who's topping the scoreboard? Wow, Bonix did it.
Wow, Bonnie.
Interesting. So this is the final
Okay.
round. This is the final round that will decide the winner. Let's see if Kenny can come back up. Or maybe Leah will even top it this time. This is the final round. So it's not sometimes it's not just getting the answer right, it's as fast as you respond. So your speed of response
Yeah,
is actually
it's a
very
factor.
important. So let's see
Yeah.
if anyone from the bottom.
Hold on.
Well, nice. A couple of people
Let's
still missed it, but I think
let's the
the game will
winner.
even be a reminder if you have missed it. So you get it right. So let's see. Oh, Jennifer came to the
Wow.
third position.
Okay,
Interesting.
the second runner.
20
Oh,
seconds. Where's the king?
Bonnie. Congratulations. Uh, Bonnie.
Yes, so Bonix is our winner. Kenny came second from being first, and Jennifer took the third place. Well done, guys. Well done, everyone. See you guys.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. So the first three winners, Kamal, do you have access to the database of the first three winners? Okay, you
Yes, I
came
should.
third. Okay, Jennifer, please send me an email. Please, those that I need the first, second, and third to send me an email. So I'm going to be giving you my book free of charge. That's what I'll be giving. I wanted to give 50% before, but because you guys stayed to the very end, so I felt let me just give you guys, please, I implore you to read it and practicalize it. Whatever. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Esther.
Hello, Kamal. Did you hear what I said before?
No, I lost you for a second. Maybe you can take that again.
Okay, so I was saying that you should please send an email to me. I'm going to be okay. I will write my email. So it's Gmail.com. So I've sent an email. So three of you will be getting my book free of charge. I said earlier that I wanted to give it for free. Sorry, I wanted to take 50%, but because you guys stayed until the very end, which is very, but I believe you can hear me. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining. The next session we'll be having will be on Python. So it might be next week, but I beg you people to implement every single thing. If you can post about it, let you lost me, let me know. So please, if you please, whenever you come out, can you hear me? Because you are the
Yes, I
only one
can.
I can ask now.
Yes, I can.
Please, can you hear me? Confirm you
Yes,
can
I
hear
can
me,
hear you,
please.
Esther. I can hear you. I think there is a network wahala.
Hello? Come out, please. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, okay. Thank you so much. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm. If you have not joined the WhatsApp channel, please join the channel. If you have not subscribed to this YouTube channel, please subscribe to it. Because I have a lot of things in my head that I need to share, a lot of series. Because I understand that a lot of beginners don't really understand the processes, they don't understand the fundamentals, and they need to understand it before even learning these tools. I just decided to bring about these tools because I felt there were some persons that found it difficult to really understand SQL. So I decided to bring it up. That's why we're having it. But I'm going to create a series where I will talk about understanding the business needs, collection of data, analyzing of data, interpretation of data, and all those things. So it would be like a full workflow of what data analysis is all about. So that's what you are going to get from this video. Another thing I've started doing is to create a series where I started helping people to implement, or sorry, to set up and install their environment. A lot of people, whenever they want to install environments, they get stuck at some point, which discourages them from continuing. So that's why I decided, okay, let me just have this series where I would teach people how to install all these environments, all these tools, so that they will be able to practicalize. And I believe that this SQL class that we've had now, you've been able to install, right? And it will help you to now practicalize whatever thing you are learning from different platforms. You can now look for data sets, bring them, import it into the database, and then do whatever thing you want to do, even build your portfolios from these. So there are a lot of things to do. The last two sessions we had was on data cleaning. I helped to clean a lot of data using of duplicates. I told a lot of stories that would help you even when you start working. Even those that are professional already, they are learning from this thing. So I encourage you, subscribe if you have not subscribed, because there are a lot of things to learn as a beginner, even if you are a professional. And then join the channel, because that channel will help you to know when I have an update. And then I know majority of you are connected already on LinkedIn. Yeah, so please, thank you so much. Kamal, please, you guys should help us thank Kamal in the comments. He has tried a lot. You can also follow him on LinkedIn. He's on LinkedIn and he's a very amazing person. Right? You can always reach out to him if you have questions. You can reach out to me as well if you have questions. I always send out survey. I recently sent out a survey on my WhatsApp channel to hear from you, to know what you would want me to do for you. Maybe you want me to talk about it, something that that you are interested in. Of course, I wrote it there. I sent that survey so that you pour your heart out, tell me what you want, and that would help me to serve you better. That would help me to create content that would help you, right? I've shared a lot of content already, but I also want to hear from people. I want to know what they want. I want to know what they want me to share, so that they will not. I know how overwhelming it can be, and that's why I decided to create this platform. So please, you can always reach out to me via email. I've sent my email there. Reach out to me. Let me hear. Maybe you want us to have a portfolio session, how to create your portfolio. A lot of things are really there to. Thank you guys for thanking Kamal. So thank you, Kamal, for everything. So please, you guys have sent my email already. Send an email. The three people, you can send an email. Okay. So for those that were able to wait, the remaining guys can send an email to me, but I'm gonna give you like 50%, 50% to compensate your willingness to learn and your commitment as well. I think that would be good. Yeah. So instead of you just okay, because I did not win the game. So for the other guys, if you are okay with it, just send an email to me. I'm going to give you 50% off the book. The book is packed for those that are interested in going to the data field. So once again, guys, thank you so much for joining the session. I really, really appreciate it. And I know you learned a lot. Please, one last thing, share what you've learned on LinkedIn. If you don't share, nobody will know what you are learning. Nobody will know what you know. That's why it is very essential for you to show yourself there, because you never can tell who is watching. So please share what you've learned, share what you know, practicalize, and then all will. So thank you so much, everyone. Please do have a lovely day. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining once again. Thank you, Kamal. Again, please. You can even send us your LinkedIn link. You can send it to us or send it to me so I can share with it. Okay, he has sent it. He has sent it already to me. So you guys should connect with Kamal. Connect with him. He's a great guy. He's a data engineer, which means he uses SQL a lot. He uses SQL a lot. So the book is 10K in Naira. If it is US dollars, it is $15. So I'm going to be sending you a link as well for those that are interested in buying it. Trust me, the book is packed. If you're interested, you can buy it. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining. Please do have a lovely day. For those that did not join us early, you can rewatch it. The recorded session will be ready today. Unfailingly, it's on YouTube, so you can easily watch it. All right. So I've sent the link to the group already. The link to the book, I've sent it to the group already, to the comments, so you can join in. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.